reigning champion of the world, the ace in the pack, Judd Trump.
'25th career ranking event final. It's his 8th in the last 16 months, and in that period he's won all 7 he's been in. He's won the Masters, the World Championship, he's world #1. He is the sport's dominant figure right now. Standing in his way today, Yan Bingtao, already a tournament winner this season, but victory today would be by far his greatest achievement to date. It's best of 19. They play 8 frames this afternoon. The first prize is £125,000.
Thank you. First frame, Judd Trump to break.
It's a full house here in Southport. Looking forward to a fascinating final. Judd Trump is going to get us underway. The head-to-head certainly favours Trump. Not only is it 4-0, in terms of total frames won and lost, he's won 20, Yan Bingtao just 3. So they've all been one-sided. Always a great occasion, Alan, isn't it? Any final, and it's been such a good week here. It can't fail to be a good day, I think.
Yeah, and it's nice to get a final with, you know, a new final. Let's say that 2 players first maiden meeting in a final. So the last few years we've been used to seeing the big names. We don't really need to mention them, do we? But you know who I'm meaning. Playing one another. There's a different dynamic to this final. The first question we need asking is, how is Yan going to settle in early? In contrast to his win, fantastic 6-1 win against Sean last night. Judd plays a different way. Sean was a wee bit more studied in his approach this week, wasn't he? And he simply didn't turn up last night. But the problem playing Judd is he can turn your lights out quickly.
Got away with the long red he took on. He didn't leave a pot on from it. I think what's been impressive, apart from just the way he plays, which is impressive enough, is his intensity this season. He hasn't settled for winning a couple of tournaments, winning 3 tournaments, 4 tournaments. He wants to win just as many as he can. It's the old Stephen Hendry attitude. It's never quite enough. And that's what the great champions are made of. I'm sure Trump would have been keeping an eye on last night's match, and what he would have seen was Yan Bingtao did not miss a single long ball all night. 14 out of 14 he potted from distance.
Foul. Yan Bingtao full.
Probably better to go in than to rattle and possibly leave a red on.
Yan looks like he's picked out a shot to nothing here. It looks plain ball through the gap. Be nice to set down a marker early doors. Good effort. Wonder if this red actually goes to the right corner. I think it would have done. Good safety. See, I think this is with Judd now. He's quite happy to have a little safety battle to get things underway. He's not over anxious or over eager to get in and score straight off the bat. He's perfectly comfortable trying to work an opening.
Could be the patience has paid off.
One.
It's a different challenge, isn't it, today? Because most of the finals I mentioned there at the start he's been the younger man. In this match, he's 10 years older than his opponent. It's a new situation for him. He's playing someone young and hungry. This is kind of new to him.
What a shot that is.
3.
Played to the millimetre, never mind the inch. That is absolutely perfect. The beauty of shots like that Judd has in his armoury, he doesn't seem to hit the ball hard. A lot of players would have to put quite a bit of effort into getting the cue ball down there.
Considering the 4 matches they've had, all
11.
one-sided wins for Trump, if he can get in front early on today, he may feel that he can pull away and win comfortably.
12.
Both players, as ever in a final, looking to settle down. This is Trump's first chance to do that.
Cute little cannon needed here then, the outside red. Oh, played it to perfection.
I think he prepares really well as well, doesn't he? He was out there,
19.
as we saw, having a little knock on the table. Just getting himself used to conditions and getting his cue arm going. His brother Jack in his corner once again. Seems to get taller every time you see him, Jack. But he's been such an important part of the team these last 16 months.
Indication there of how zippy this cloth has been. Very reactive, trying to catch that red full ball. Spring the pink into the open. So it might work in his favour, that last positional
28.
shot. Actually, he's as nice on this as you'd ever like to be. Done nothing to do with the cue ball. No. No, sir.
Judd won. 35.
Well, as we watch the red stay out, it already feels like an important moment. It's only frame 1, but Yan Bingtao has a chance here to settle down. He's never led a match against Judd Trump. Trump has always won the opening frame. He's never been ahead of him, but a chance here just to settle himself down in this final. It's a huge occasion for him. Of course it is.
1.
But he's looked really cool, I think, all week. The Joe Perry match got very, very twitchy, we know that, but he came through it. He looked assured last night against Murphy.
8.
Yeah, in the 14 previous matches this week, whoever's won the first frame's won the match, isn't it? I think that'd be a first.
9.
Of course, he's 5-2 up to Perry, just couldn't quite close it out. Went on past midnight, the last frame, nearly an hour long. Went down to the black.
$16.
Well, I'm sure he didn't play for this one, but he's on it.
This is one of these I think you should be playing for green or blue. I don't think the pink's the shot. You see, that's why.
17.
It's not so much that that's a bad shot, it's not the correct shot. You've got to play on blue or green, preferably green actually. Having landed straight, or possibly even the wrong side of straight, he's given himself a job in his hands. It's the small things at the top level make all the difference. You play for green and blue, you're almost guaranteed the next red. As is, the pot's tough. Likewise position.
23.
But hasn't he made a good job of it?
It's happened quite a few times last night. He made 2 centuries against Sean Murphy. He seemed to be out of ideal position quite a few times, but kept going. He's an interesting player. He's not a flair player in the Trump mould, but very effective at what he does. He's got a good safety game for one so young. And he's still going here in frame 1. This black levels the points.
$31. 32. $39.
Jump was in, missed that red along the top cushion.
$40. $47. $48.
Oh, he's played that nicely. It was actually a good thing going for pink there, because this next red with the rest, he should be able to drop straight or just high of straight in the next black. So that has worked out beautifully.
$54. $55.
Well, he's overrun it a hair. He's not going to be able to get close to the red. And he needs red colour in addition to this black to leave Judd needing a snooker. So it's not a cinch, this next shot. I'm going to play it with an element of pace to it.
$62.
Big shot, because we know what Judd's like at making clearances. Well played.
Safety 3.
Well, as I said, when Trump missed the red, I think this is already an important juncture, because it shows us how Yan Bingtao is feeling at the start of a big match for him, arguably the biggest match he's ever played. And he's made the winning break from it. So that tells you he's feeling pretty good.
70.
Red stays out.
Yan Bingtao,
So
70.
one snooker to tie. But a very good start. Break of 70. Would have loved that red in. It just stops Trump coming back to the table.
Must confess, I'm surprised at Judd not peeling off red-black just then. See, the two problems that he has here, obviously still needs to get a snooker, and it's highly unlikely he'll get a free ball. So if and when he was to get the snooker, he still needs red-black. That was deliberate. Now this is where you've got to be clever. I think the shot here for Yan is right side cushion below the middle pocket where he's looking there, not two cushions. Right side cushion. Make sure you don't hit the brown. If you miss the red, play the cue ball back into the middle of the table and not leave a free ball. Looks like he's going two. That was dangerous, and it's a free ball.
Foul.
Wrong decision.
Judd Trump, 4. Free ball.
Yeah, and the green's over the pocket. Green will count as an extra red, which means Trump can win. Seems like an even bigger first frame now if Trump steals it.
Green ball. One.
Yeah, that's an experience by Yan. The one thing you must do there is not... It's all right missing the red, but don't hit another colour where you can leave a free ball. Priority number one is do not leave a free ball, because the worst thing that can happen is you sit in your chair and the next shot you play is a respot black. Give yourself out chances.
Trump just working out what colour he can take. He can take anything brown onwards.
5.
So what a start then to the final. I remember when Sundays used to be relaxing affairs.
10.
I'd imagine the way Judd's feeling right now after that amazing
15.
clearance to prevail against Stephen Maguire in the semi-finals. This will seem like kid stuff, this clearance. Key shot then.
$19.
This is where I think the new cloth helps, the fast cloth. The thin cut to middle if he plays it. Yeah, he's worried about the in-off blue to corner. Just thinking he might even go round the houses. He's had plenty of practice at that type of shot, hasn't he? Pressure on this. Yeah, in and out of bulk.
Still needs pink and black to steal the opening frame. And it is a steal. It was a big error from Yan Bingtao to leave that free ball. Judd Trump gratefully clears up. What a dramatic start to the Players' Championship Final. It's first blood to Judd Trump. 10 needed, remember, start to the final. Yan Bingtao made a 70 break. Judd Trump needed a snooker to tie, but in fact, Yan Bingtao left a free ball. Judd Trump cleared up.
Second frame, Yan Bingtao to break.
Yeah, that power blue that Judd knocked in. Just after we see this break off, I wanted to show you a couple of shots from both players' respective semi-finals that kind of demonstrates the difference in power, the way they play shots. There was a shot by Yan in his semi-final where he's got a red at the bottom of the bunch and he's happy to stay on black. Yeah, you see it. He lands a bit close to the cushion. He actually pots it. We'll show you the Judd Trump shot after this.
Oh, great pot.
One.
Here was the Judd Trump shot, very similar, but you see the difference in power. I know the blue's on the spot here, but it kind of demonstrates the difference of the way they go about things. Played that lovely. Just a small difference in styles.
Trump one.
A bit of a body blow for Yan Bingtao, talking about settling down. He made a nice break. If he'd have just potted that last red, none of that would have happened, but stayed out, and then of course the free ball was the absolute killer. Not only that, he knocked the green over the pocket, so it was an easy start of a trump. Just a little standoff here. Deshislava Boshalova, the referee, keeping a keen interest in this, because it can't go on all day. Referee always seems to get closer and closer in this situation. You always sort of see them because they know at any moment they might get involved. And that's ended the impasse.
possible 3-ball plant at the bottom there. I don't know if Judd's had a look at it. Probably not on. Looking for in behind green off this. That's always a danger, isn't it? When you play a thick safety shot. It's actually a thing that the players don't tend to play if they can help it. Because you know the consequences of leaving a red over corner.
Couldn't have gone much worse from Trump's point of view. Question is, how's Yan Bingtao feeling after that early body blow? I guess he's got to just try and say to himself, look, it's a long match this. It's first to 10. Just get on with the next frame. But it's already gone wrong.
1.
I think it has to be. This is the type of situation you need to be streetwise and think about which shot Judd's going to play next. I know what side of the table he's trying to get this cue ball. Probably yellow, trying to catch this thin. Yeah. Played it nicely.
Yan Bingtao 1.
See there the possible gap between brown and that red near the blue. That'll be the concern for Judd if he plays the return. Does he gamble and try and get in behind yellow? He did. As he left the gap. Yep.
So can he get on a colour this time? Cue ball caught another red. It's just flying around. Could have finished anywhere. Could have been better. So it's going to be the tickle up behind the green.
Yan Bingtao 1.
Difficult to see what he's got on here. Doesn't look like any red that he can rest on where he can get safe at all. It's difficult to judge which one to rest on and even try and leave Yan something that's missable. That's all he's got here, but even that's difficult. That's some effort. What an effort that was. That was deliberate. Yeah. He's kind of having a little smile because he's thinking that was a good shot I played there. That's the exact red he played.
1. Six. Seven.
He's scrapping for position here, isn't he? And he's going to use the rest again. With this next red.
10.
Pressure on it, because guaranteed, well, should be guaranteed, being nicely on the black.
Well, there's a new stat which shows that, as Alan says, he's been struggling. You always sort of feel slightly nervous for him when he's in making breaks. He made a couple of centuries last night, but he had to keep potting more difficult balls to keep them going. It's just become an adventure, this break. Again, he's just lost the white here.
11.
Yeah, sometimes that can be the problem. He's not your classical style of player that plays with a kind of touch. He's more hits at the cue ball rather than through it with spin. It's more of a hit than a sweeping action. So he's liable, more prone to losing his cue ball.
Eighteen.
But if they're going in, that's all that matters ultimately. It's been quite a dramatic 19 break already, this, but they're still going in, and he is on the blue.
For
so many years, Chinese snooker has relied on Ding Junhui for success. Of course, Liang Wenbo won the English Open a few years ago, but Yan Bingtao now in another ranking final, having won in Riga at the start of the season, with youth on his side. Bodes well for the future of Chinese snooker.
25.
Looking to put right what went wrong in frame one, in which he made a 70 break after all, still didn't win it. Although he's only 20, it feels like he's been around a long time. He won the World Amateur title at the age of 14.
33.
Could have turned professional, but finished his education before joining the circuit in 2016, when he was 16 years of age.
40.
Still struggling just a touch with his cue ball.
41.
From Judd's point of view, it's difficult to play this type of player when they keep giving you a little sort of hope that, oh, he's out of position here, might be getting back in. And they knock in another good recovery shot. Difficult to play against.
I think that's a very good point, thinking of him in his seat. You know, you look at maybe Ronnie O'Sullivan at the table now, or Neil Robertson, you're thinking, well, the frame's over. I might get back to the table, but realistically, I'm preparing for the next frame. But here, every other shot, you think, actually, I could be back at the table now, and then all of a sudden he knocks another one in. So, yeah, it's interesting from the non-striker's perspective, how he's feeling there watching this.
48.
This time, though, he's got to try and kill it off. This pink to lead by 55 with 59 on. This red and a colour frame balls, but he would like ideally another red, I guess,
54.
to stop repeat what happened in the last frame. Blue to lead by 61. Okay, just 51 on, but as I say, with the free ball that came into play in the last frame, you never know. But if he pots this, he can relax a little bit. Don't go in off, Yan. Wow. Wow.
Foul.
It couldn't happen again, could it?
Well, I'm just looking. I don't think it's a free ball, but oh, it's not far off it. It's not, but yeah, wow.
What a turnaround, because he can tie now. 51 in it with 51 on. If the cue ball doesn't go in there, he needs 3 snookers. What an amazing turnaround in one shot. This in-off has given Trump great hope in this frame. Well, if he ends up losing this frame, then it's going to be hard to just put it out of his mind after what happened in the first as well.
Yeah, that foul in the blue was almost a 10-point swing, wasn't it? Well, it was. Figure of 8 then. Can he get the cue ball wide enough to get in behind Brown? See that? He played it thicker to try and get in behind Brown. He's going to be in trouble now.
Must hit it.
I think there's value in playing the cut to right middle, providing you play the top knuckle, which he probably will do. As long as you miss it thick but quite close to the pot, he shouldn't leave it. That's the last thing he needed. He may have well got the cover, but that was quite poor to misjudge it. You're just going to have to gamble here, get the pot and hope that he gets on the black. Yeah, that was tough. Difficult shot. I think Judd's gotten away with it, has he? Yeah, no pot on there.
Remember, Trump needs the 3 reds with blacks and the colours to force a respot. Chance then for Yan Bingtao. Sizing himself up for this red. If it goes in, we're back to 3 snookers needed. It's not in. Yan Bingtao should be 2-0 up. At the moment, 1 each feels like a result, and he's not there yet.
It's quite an easy situation to defend now for Yan, because all he's really got to do is stop Judd getting red-black, but the obvious difficult part for Judd, he can't even afford to leave a shot to nothing. Trying to get in that one telling blow in this safety battle that gives Yan a problem. He'd love to play the red on the right wing because he'd be close to getting in behind Brown, but That's his insurance policy.
All this from that in-off, polished the blue, just brushed off the reds. But for that, I'm sure we'll be into frame 3 now. That was 9 minutes ago, by the way that happened.
It's a tough spot, this, because the safety of the middle of the 3 reds, you could end up potting it. So, having a go at this red.
Well, that's decided it one way or the other, hasn't it? And not in Trump's favour. So Yan Bingtao can breathe again. I'm sure he'll feel he should have won the first frame, but it would have been a major body blow to lose this one as well. So 2 very interesting frames.
8.
He's made 2 half centuries, a 70 and a 55. Trump's highest break just 37. The issue has just been killing these frames off. But he's done that now. The end of frames like this, Trump will play all sorts of razzle-dazzle exhibition shots. Yan is just sort of solidly going about his business as if, you know, there was 10 points in the frame, not 65. Just the way he does it.
$15. $20.
Well, we'll see if anyone can gain an advantage this afternoon, but the early signs are this is going to be a hard-fought battle today.
22.
There are quite a few predictions this morning backstage of a comfortable win for Trump, but I don't think you should ever underestimate anyone who's reached a final. Yan Bingtao's here on merit, beating some top players to get here.
29.
So it got a bit sticky. It started with the enough on the blue. It gave Trump an outside chance. He couldn't quite get in. He eventually pushed the boat out. It didn't work. Yan Bingtao very relieved to be on the scoreboard. The Players' Championship final, all square at 1. 2 very eventful frames here at the start of the Coral Players' Championship final, and we're 1 each. Judd Trump won the first, Yan Bingtao the second. Remember, it's 8 this afternoon, possible 11 this evening, 10 the target to win the £125,000 first prize. By reaching the final, Yan Bingtao's done enough to get himself in the Tour Championship. The top 8 on the one-year list will be in Llandudno. We can now say this month, because now we're into March. Just a few weeks' time. Of course, it's live a week on ITV4. Starts March the 17th.
Yeah, I think what we've seen yesterday in the Yan and Sean match was Sean found it difficult to get into any sort of rhythm, didn't he? So it feels a bit stop-start against Yan Bingtao. Interesting to see if Judd at any stage can slip into gear, because he normally is able to put together 2, 3, 4 frame bursts of power scoring. See, things feel quite pedestrian at times, don't they, against Yan? He's not a slow player. He's going along at 23 seconds a shot so far. He just looks a wee bit laboured.
Vicious miscue. Sure, a few people at home might have flinched there. Cuba was coming for you.
Actually quite a good safety shot. Yeah, that was evil, wasn't it, that miscue? I just hope he's not done any damage to his tip. Just got a bit of emery paper, sandpaper there. Yeah, going deep, and it's a nasty one.
Yeah, it looks like he's okay. If his tip was damaged, he would be allowed to have 15 minutes to go and sort it out. Still giving it some attention. We've seen it happen before in Shanghai this season. Neil Robertson took a chunk out of his tip in his match with O'Sullivan in the semis.
Yeah, players generally do carry a little tip kit with them around in their cue case. You'd actually be surprised how small it is. It's just emery paper, all that kind of thing. Small nail files and steel wool. So it's good that he seems to be happy with it, Yan.
Trumpy struggling early on in this match. Far too thin here. His pot success is just 72% so far, Trump. There it is. So he's not going to win if it stays around there. He thought when he won that first frame, you know, such a blow, or potentially, that if he gets in, makes a couple of breaks, then he could motor away with things. But that's not what's happened.
Over a minute then, in thinking time. The red will go past the one near the corner, but he would have to be very accurate. I think the harder you hit it, the less likely it is to find its way in. Well, in the end he played the plant. Oh boy, that was very difficult. Surprised he played it like that, but he must have felt there wasn't enough room. Yeah, it was quite tight, wasn't it? So Judd's been fortunate there.
Yes, and this is what he needs now, a chance to get his hand on the table, pot a few.
One.
part of the reason I was saying about getting into rhythm, part of the reason it's difficult to find rhythm is because when your opponent spends quite a bit of time thinking about a shot, when you come to the table, sometimes you think, right, I'm not going to rush here because I've sat out for a little spell. I'm going to take my time and make sure of things. So that in turn, you know, you see what I mean? Judd's not the type of player, obviously, who wants to be in that zone or that careful mode. Oh, what a pot.
Well, it helps when you have shots like this up your sleeve. He doesn't want to get bogged down today. It's not his game. He's a free-flowing player. He's made 79 centuries this season, far more than anyone else.
Bravo.
We saw what he produced when he needed to against Steve Maguire in that decider, that clearance, the break of the week. And he did say afterwards, he said, I told myself, you're world champion, you can do this. These are the breaks world champions make.
This is category A in terms of difficulty, this little shot. Oh, what a shot that is.
17.
The control as well, that is outstanding. Blind, awkward bridging. Not a lot of pocket to aim at.
He's just moved up a gear, hasn't he? Played that shot earlier from the brown, I think, to Callan the black on the top cushion. Didn't work.
23.
It looked like he was end of break, podded that red into the middle. Just seems to have stepped, as I say, up a gear since
24.
then. Determined to get involved in this final properly. Not scrapping out frames, but winning them handsomely. Well, that was a lovely shot into the cluster.
31.
Yeah, this was typical Judd shot, getting the maximum spin on the cue ball, get the reds moving around.
Would you stop with that light on the camera, please? Thank you. 32.
Just someone with a flash on the camera, far end of the arena there, but nothing to upset Judd. Yeah, that's what he can do, isn't it? He can make things happen out of almost nothing.
38.
He's always looking to get that cluster open. You know, some players still play the game picking off reds, but he just wants them open.
39.
And then, of course, you can make the big breaks. And I guess he's looking to just stamp his authority on this final. Highest break prior to this frame was just 37.
.46. 47.
Worth another look at the red a few shots ago. The red little blind cutback.
54.
Beautiful touch. Snooker couture.
55.
So the black to lead by 62 with 75 on.
62. $63.
Still needs this in, this pink, because there's still enough on for Yan Bingtao. Got a couple of reds safe, which is a bit of security, but not over the line yet. In all the way. Just seemed to flick a switch.
69.
It started with that difficult red to the left middle, and he's continued in the same vein.
$70.
Chasing 100 centuries for the season. He's actually chasing 104, isn't he? Because Neil Robertson's record is 103. China Open not on now, so that's one less tournament to do it in.
74.
But he's in the Championship League this week. He's in Gibraltar, Tour Championship and the Crucible. And this is just hampered by the other red under his body. It didn't matter.
75. Judd Trump, 75.
He'd have loved the century, but I guess the main thing is winning the frame in one scoring visit. By far his highest break of the match, that's 75. Really good break as well.
Break.
2-1. And Trump has made his first significant contribution of the day, 75. That's the thing with these longer matches, as we know from the World Championship, is that yes, it's a match, but it's also a series of matches within the match. The mini sessions, the sessions, you're just looking for an advantage. Trump's looking for 3-1. If he can win all the mini sessions, he wins the match. There's the trophy they're playing for. There's also, of course, the Coral Cup at the end of the series, and whoever does the best in the 3 tournaments will receive a bonus of £100,000. So that's in the background. Certainly it makes Llandudno even more interesting. Huge bit of luck for one of the most talented players we've ever seen. It all helps. That was a beauty, actually, that flute. Could be very significant. Could win the frame off that. Certainly
3.
good enough to.
He held his hand up in apology to Yan, but one of those players, and Judd Trump, he won't be feeling at all guilty. He'll be foot to the pedal. And nor should you. At some point in the match, he's going to get
9.
a piece of bad form, bad luck. You can virtually guarantee it. This is where your talent comes in handy. Now, he doesn't really want to go into this pack. It's not a great shape. He's having a think about it. But when I'm talking about his talent, he's able to play on the mid-distance long red to left corner. See, I don't think he fancies the pack here. But he's going in. Yeah.
Would you leave that wrapper, please?
He's fortunate to get the red to right middle, but it was not easy to get
17.
the cue ball out of there. Misjudgment, bridging, made sure the pot took half an eye off position. I don't think even Judd Trump can pot one from here. I don't know what you do here. You might even play dead weight onto the pink. Well,
Judd Trump 18.
And all in all, that's not bad. Never quite tell Yan Bingtao what kind of shot he's capable of taking on.
No. Ditching.
One of the few times I think you wouldn't want a touching ball. It's not an awful lot of use to him. Once again, it's a passage of play with the Reds in bulk. It's almost impossible to play any sort of pressing safety shot.
Red stays out, but it's covered by the green.
Yeah, slip off the red and use the yellow as the blocker. I suppose it's a risk he doesn't have to take. So this could continue quite some time if neither player's prepared to play a shot where there's risk attached. The only one who's going to solve this problem with the 18-point lead is Judd. Yan Bingtao will be quite happy to keep nestling.
There's someone else though, will have an interest, the referee. Now then, trying to drop to the red.
Oh, nice. Yan Bingtao full.
A little bit harder.
Potted an outstanding red, as David said, to left middle in the previous frame. And a look at the potting angle, looks like he's taken this difficult red with the rest. But I think percentage-wise it's not that good. He's going to be sending reds towards the black, or the line of the black. The pot to corner, so there's probably, well, there might well be too much against the shot for him to take it on. Judd's the first to lose patience then, and he's given up a decent opportunity. This was, well, he could be there till midnight trying to knock that plant in.
One.
But that, again, I think is something Judd is clearly going to have to deal with for the whole of this final. Jan's not closing the game down deliberately, it's just his style of play. There's perhaps a situation where, no, that's a poor shot. That is poor. He didn't really get anywhere close to the middle pocket with the cue. But watch the cue ball here where it comes off the side cushion. He's got to get much closer to the middle pocket to get into the meat of the pack there.
Yan Bingtao 5.
It's a very frustrating frame, this, for both players.
Didn't show huge patience his last visit to the table. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he took on the green. I suppose, after all, logically thinking about it, if he does take it on, he'd probably get this at least 7 out of 10. But not finding the rhythm yet.
Judd trump 1.
Even given that nice 75 break, the start of this frame's just been pedestrian again.
Yeah, very scrappy stuff. Trump can play that game, but it's not the game he likes.
One.
Got to keep focused. Could be back at the table any moment. It's an awkward table. That happens when you've had
3.
a scrappy period of play and balls go on cushions, but Yan Bingtao just plotting a route to putting something together.
Four.
Yeah, nice shot that to release the black. This green is difficult. There's not an awful lot of pocket to aim at here. Difficult going diagonally across the nap. Nothing to do with the cue ball though. The red goes through the gap. Well done.
In terms of scoring, Yan Bingtao this season has already made 31 centuries. Last season he only made 15, so he's already made more than double the amount he compiled in the last campaign.
8. $15. $16.
That's quite poor, isn't it? It's not so much that was the bad shot, but the red before it, the problem was he didn't play for a choice of colours. It was almost like he played on the green. You play on green and brown. Here it is here. You know, there's such a huge margin for error. I would even argue there you play more for the middle one of the three, the brown. You go too far, you've got yellow. You come short, you've got the green. Small things, small details make such a difference. It may well be that he did play that and just underhit it, but it didn't appear to be that way. It's back to the hard graft then.
Yan Bingtao 19.
Yeah, not the most inviting table where the balls are. Been hard work this 8.5 minutes.
See, that's what's going on out there. It looks like Jan's, well, I think it's certain to say that he's much more happier of the two to close the game down, close the frame down. Judd there trying to push a red into the open. Yan not buying it.
Quite unusual in someone so young. Usually at that age, they're just trying to pot everything. But as I say, he's very experienced. He won the World Amateur at 14, so he's been playing top-level snooker a long time, even though he's still only 20.
You also don't want to get sucked into playing a loose shot. Then Yan will be sitting in this chair thinking, got you. I got you there. You're mine, you know. Yeah, I'm bossing these exchanges, so I'm going to continue doing it. That'll be why Judd's just got to batten down the hatches there. You don't want to get suckered into playing a shot that you really don't want to. So patience is key. That's things that go on in these matches, you know, that, and they both know what one another's thinking. If you get someone in an exchange like this, you give them a look or something to tell them, yeah, I've got your number. Let's do more of the same. And then the other guy then starts charging. Trouble is, in this situation, it's so easy to play a negative safety shot like this right here. Possible double. Big odds against to get it though. Big odds against shot, you know, percentage wise it wasn't there, but it's got away with it. Now there might be a chance for Yan after this drop on to perhaps push a few reds into the open. Let's see. No, not this time, but maybe Judd next time round. In fact, looks like he can get through to the red, the loose red. Almost play this like you're playing for green or brown. He's not quite made it, has he? See, if you play for green or brown, you get that thinner angle on the yellow. I'm not saying it's a bad shot, but I don't think he's quite made the journey. Can't get in amongst the reds. See here, look at the yellow there. You want it about half ball. So if you mentally play, let's say, for a brown to that corner, you might just go, the cue ball will be more inclined to run on another foot or so.
Three.
Wow.
Yan Bingtao 3.
Everything was in lockdown a moment ago. He's tried to open things up. He's put a red over the pocket. Judd Trump has his chance to go 3-1 up.
I wonder how much as well he felt duty bound to get them out in the open. You're aware of the crowd. They want to see, you know, attractive snooker, which they are going to see today in this match. But I wonder how much he was thinking of that.
1.
Well, right now, I'm sure many people here will expect Trump to win the frame from here. He's still got to put it to bed, though. It hasn't been the sort of start he was looking for in terms of the style of snooker. But one shot there.
8.
It's opened all the reds up. It's given him this immediate chance to get the early advantage at the interval.
9.
What we've seen already is that Yan Bingtao is going to be hard to beat today. He has that dogged style that you don't often see in a 20-year-old. But of course that doesn't mean Trump's not going to beat him. He's got to be patient, stick to his task and take chances like this when they come along.
16. 17. 24.
Mr. Red early on in the match to the opposite corner pocket. Potted that one really well, though.
25.
Black to lead by 20, so you would need yellow and green. The frame there, it looked like it could go on another half an hour at one point. Everything was safe, but Yan Bingtao played the positive shot, opening things up. He just left the red on.
Two. 34.
Well, he's checking the scoreboard. If he pots the green, he's 25 in front with 22 on. And that was his priority, to pot it.
37.
Judd Trump's pot success, he's only 83%, but barring snookers, you're going to be 3-1 up.
And if it goes 3-1 at the mid-session interval, the onus is going to be on Yan to come out, not come out swinging and punching and going for everything, but to maybe try and up his pace a little bit and try and change things up. There's that scoreboard pressure that dictates your style at times.
Oh dear. Well, that's a shambles. Hitting the pink. Could be a free ball into the bargain. He's nodding his head.
And the frame.
Yeah, it's been hard fought, this. It's been closely fought, but it's 3-1. And of course, if it's 3-1 again in the second half, then he's a long way back coming back this evening. So Judd Trump has the early advantage in the Players' Championship final. He leads Yan Bingtao in Southport by 3 frames to 1.
Also had his moments, but the world champion, despite operating with lower than normal percentages, is 3-1 ahead. Neil and Stephen alongside me. I say attritional. There was some good stuff in there, but Judd Trump has had to work pretty hard to get that lead.
Yeah, he's had to be patient. It's not the final, not the performance I was expecting from Judd today, but it's partly due to his opponent, who's scrapping the frames. Should have won the first frame, as we'll see. And it's, you know, at the end we're going to see a couple of shots at the end of the piece that he's got to Judd a wee bit.
I guess Yan has played in the manner that we expected him to, Neil.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we have to forget his age a little bit because he is 20. You know, he should be. You feel like you kind of know how he should be playing at that age. A brand of snooker should be very attacking. He can attack, but he can be patient. He doesn't rush around the table. He's a very difficult opponent. We've been saying it all week, and it's been proved again here that, I mean, but for this, as Stephen said, really, you know, he should be 2-2. It's always that ball after the frame ball, isn't it? You need to pop.
Absolutely. I mean, you save yourself 10-15 minutes of torture, really. This is a very clever shot, Judd Trump, to get the snooker. And if there's one week I've noticed this week, Yan Bingtao, his knowledge of the angles isn't great. Earlier on, he needed Karen Wilson needed 2 sneakers, got them. So I can't remember the other match. Somebody a snooker got them. He's not the best at getting out of snookers. And
no, they hurt those frames, didn't they? This was a good way to finish it, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he landed so awkward there in that blue Judd Trump, but again, shots that not many people have got in their armoury, he has.
It's amazing to think you can finish that awkwardly on a blue, pink and black on this spot, as he did. It's the one spot where it just is in between. But anyway, won the frame, which must have set Yan back. And Judd, I mean, I think there was more to that than it looked. It looked reckless, but actually he was trying to get back up the table. But it was always going to be tough to play any shot that was going to keep Yan out from there, I think.
I have to say, he showed great temperament, Yan. The way he lost the first frame, a lot of players would have taken him 2 or 3 frames to get over that. But he came back in the second frame, he still looked focused. This was just a poor shot. The cue ball should be nowhere near the right-hand side of the reds coming down the table. So you can say, OK, he's unlucky, but it's not bad luck for me. It's a bad shot.
It could have gone against him. I mean, he could have lost that frame too, and I think I'd have feared the worst had he lost that frame from a ridiculous position. So he has got to brush up on certain things like that, you know. But, you know, here we see Trump just getting going. It was a nice break, this. It was good opening red, wasn't it? And now you think he's going to get on top. Didn't quite work that way, but it was a good break, this.
Yeah, every time.
This shot was great.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible shot, really. It's a blind pocket to control the cue ball for the pink. So this is what he needed, you know, a scoring visit. Because there's not been that many times where the frames have been orthodox, you know, with the black on the spot, the pink on the spot, everything available. Good, this was frame ball, and played it confidently.
And that was the one frame that was played 12 minutes, really quick frame. This, you can see frustration. This plant, with good luck, he's a great player, but if he gets that, as I think Alan said, he'd be there about a month trying to pot it or something like that.
Yeah, I think a couple of shots where boats were being pushed. It was, just this shot, and we're going to see the double as well. And I mean, OK, other reds are safe, you might not be leaving anything on, but that was, to me, that was a sign that the way the game was being played out was getting to him a little bit. But then it produces what Judd produces, you know, that black with the extreme right-hand side to get on the red.
Yeah, I feel that what we're seeing here is interesting because in the fourth frame there was a lot of frustration being shown there, which Judd has overcome, which other players this week haven't done. I mean, you know, last night Yan Bingtao did a real job on Sean Murphy, you know, and there was a moment or two today when you thought it could happen again, but right now Judd is a little bit more dangerous than all the others, you know.
I think when we were watching it, we were remarking that he has that ability to suck players into his style and therefore has the advantage over players who are normally quite fluent. But at the moment, he's not been able to do that against Judd Trump. We'll take a break, but...
Break.
Having been involved in so many finals and ranking event finals, Trump knows how these things work. He knows if he puts the foot on the pedal, effectively, it could be over this afternoon. We know comebacks are possible, but I think Yan needs to win 2 of the next 4 at minimum.
Well, I mean, no one's going to enjoy giving Judd Trump a start going into an evening session. Hard enough to beat levels. And you're right, he needs to do something here and now. This session went against him 3-1, then he'd been, well, I think he'd be looking at being runner-up later on tonight. But I'm impressed by him, though. I mean, the way he lost the first frame when Trump needed a snooker, it didn't stop him coming out and going about his business the way he has done all week. He's a very impressive young man. It's the worst outcome on that shot when you get the double kiss. You know you might get it. At that sort of speed, you just hope the cue will just drift a little bit and it won't happen.
One.
Earlier this week, I was extolling the virtues of Trump in terms of hardly ever dropping on the incorrect side of the blue, but there he did, and so this one a little more difficult than it should have been.
7.
Not that you'd guess.
No, but you're right, he does finish the top side of the blue a lot, very consistently.
Well,
he must be tight on this because he's looked at another option. Don't know if he can see enough of this red to pot it without a trace of left-hand side or maybe even swerve. It wasn't the position he hoped to land in. I reckon he can get to this. Pot that easily, I think. He nearly missed it on the thin side, so I think he had more room than he thought. He played it with a trace of left-hand side.
That was the opposite. Struck it too thick, and that's why the cue ball hasn't travelled as much as he wanted it to.
Agonisingly long time to reach the pocket, didn't it, that red? But that was because he wanted to hold for the blue, which he's done. Now, you've seen maybe a plant that looks dead on. 2 reds below the pink, but you've got to get low on with the cue ball down the table to make it happen. And that's why he's played it in that way. If it is on, it won't matter that the ball is on the cushion, the cue ball.
28.
Distance between these reds, though. Well done.
Well, he played one with the rest, didn't he, in the first half? The reds were a mile apart, and I never fancied him one bit, even Trump for that shot. This one was set, wasn't it, to the pocket, really.
He must be demoralising to play, because when you think you've got some kind of
36.
chance, he just keeps digging out pots. Reminiscent of Mark Williams in his youth.
Well, when you're sitting there watching your opponent play,
37.
you're looking for any clue you can. You're looking for something from his body language. Yan will be looking at Trump thinking, well, you know, is he not on this? He doesn't seem happy with that shot. I could be at the table soon. But like you say, with Trump, it must be quite difficult. You know, you live in hope a lot with Trump that he's going to miss one, but he doesn't.
42.
He finds recovery shots all the time.
$43.
That was a well-played shot. The cue ball really did arc there when he hit it, screwed around the reds.
48. $49.
Good shot, that previous blue that he took, like the way that he avoided the reds. It looks like he's going to hit the reds at the last second. It just moves with screw and spin. Very well played.
Yes, the
55.
white gripped the cloth in the nick of time, and Trump is taking an even firmer grip on this match. Reminiscent this of his excellent 75 break in the third frame. Something
62.
from nothing.
$63.
Yes, this will ensure that he wins the frame in one scoring visit. He's just got to make sure he doesn't miss this black, because he will be going into the reds here. I never thought he would miss it, but it's just that you know it's frame ball. You know that these things can happen.
70. $71.
It's the old line, I think, with Trump at the moment. The only negative when you're commentating on him is that you do tend to run out of superlatives. This has been just silky.
$77. $78.
It was interesting last night. One of his quotes after winning against Sean Murphy, Yan Bingtao, he said, it's scary when you play Judd Trump. And I know where he's coming from. It must be scary to come up
85.
against this.
Well, I think his past experiences would have been like that as well, wouldn't they? Because in 4
86.
defeats out of 4 matches, he'd only won a total of 3 frames against Trump. So that would scare anybody, that sort of head-to-head record. Bingtao's improving all the time, but dare I say, so is Judd Trump, the man he's playing.
92.
I know one thing, he's putting in a lot of practice
93.
away from his matches. He's on the practice table all the time now. It's the only recipe for success at this level.
That's a minor milestone, because that's
100.
his 80th century break
101.
of the season. One more than Yan has compiled in his career.
108.
Such a good shot, you know. It's not easy to play that shot, to screw in into bulk and back out.
113.
He's got all the moves, though, hasn't he, out there, Trump, these days? Another great shot.
$122.
Not quite a total clearance, but what a break it was. And the Trump juggernaut just keeps on rolling. He leads 4-1. Judd Trump cannot trail going into the evening session. That's the latest news, the update from this Coral Players Championship final of 2020. The best that Yan can do is to achieve parity going into the evening. But the way it's going right now, that would seem highly unlikely. And that kind of break-off against Trump, not recommended.
Cue ball just drifted a little awkwardly, though. I mean, you can pot the yellow, but it's very difficult cueing with the brown there. Of course, you could drop in behind the yellow if we felt that way, but the bunch are quite close together. He's playing the blue here. This is a big shot. The question is, do you want to give Bingtao an opportunity so early in a frame, having sat out a couple without any real chance? Strangely, I'm not sure he has left one.
'2005 China Open final in Beijing. Well recall, our own Stephen Hendry was 4-1 up on Ding Junhui. 18-year-old Ding Junhui went for a red down the side rail. It was risky. Ding got in, got a rhythm going and won the match. Changed snooker history.
Foul. And a miss. Yan Bingtao 4.
Don't compromise your game plan, of course not, but do not push out the boat.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's 4-1. There's a lot of snooker to be played, but Judd knows that he's in a position where he really could put this match to bed almost this afternoon if he wins all the frames. You can't think that far in advance very often. Take it shot by shot and the usual stuff, but it could go that way.
Foul.
For now, he's got to try and hit this snooker. And he's got mighty close that time without actually making contact.
If you miss once again, Judd, you will lose the frame.
Yes, now this is, well, I find it interesting because he's got a clear shot at reds, albeit he's absolutely bang over the top of the brown and the blue. So really, he can't play that shot again, surely. He's got to play something else, basically. It's as far as I'm prepared to go for now. Something where he hits one. Must be careful not to hit the pink here or anything. That'll be end of frame. There you go, that's about all he could do. It didn't look great, but the frame's still going rather than being set up at 4-2.
going back to the previous shot, Trump was a beneficiary of 3 misses and loss of frame against Tepchai Unu in the World Open final this season.
Yes, it's still quite a rare occurrence, although it did happen at the Crucible last year as well, didn't it? Last year's championship. To Stuart Bingham in a match where he was way in front against Graham Dott, and then eventually he scrambled over the line, made a good break in the decider. But along the way, the 3 strikes and out rule did for him in the frame.
The first person to fall foul of that on television is the most unlikely candidate you could ever imagine. Steve Davis in the Irish Masters against Ken Doherty. Deciding frame it was as well.
Well, now what's going to happen? Yeah. If I was Judd, I'd probably be happy for a little re-rack here. Just do it all again. Bingtao, I don't know how he feels about that. That lead of 7 points shouldn't be enough to stop him if he feels he wants a re-rack. But he could get up the table off this, but how much does he want to? No, I think this time Trump is looking to play away from these reds. So potential stalemate has now seemingly ended. I think what we can say about Bingtao is he's still work in progress, but he's learning very quickly. You know, his safety game is pretty good now. We've seen it all week that he's in, I think, since I saw him even a couple of weeks ago in the Welsh. He seems to have come on as a player since then even more. I guess when you're 20 years of age, then you've got a lot of learning to do. Judd was the same.
Bingtao's run to the final here has created quite a stir in the People's Republic of China. Sina, the very large website, today ran a 2,000-word piece in which his father, Yan Dong, is extensively quoted. One of the gists of the piece is that the family, from a humble background, made lots of sacrifices, and at times they wondered whether it was worth it, but now it's the payback, financially and otherwise.
Well, whichever way we look at this, is either going to be on a colour or Bingtao is in a world of trouble behind brown or blue here.
Blue ball.
This could be a horrible snooker.
Trump one.
That's where Trump's long pot has benefited in a different way to what you would expect. Laid the snooker and get out of this one.
Years ago, there was an arm wrestling film with Sylvester Stallone where one of the baddies told Sylvester, "You're in a world of hurt." Well, I think that phrase applies here. Over the top, it was called. Yan Bingtao can't go over the top of the brown and the blue, unfortunately.
I mean, if you could get in behind those two reds on the left, it'd be great, but he can't. The two reds on the right, by the right corner, are the ones he's aiming to target anyway. I don't think he meant to hit that red. He might not want that one back. I don't think he could possibly have aimed for that red. I think it was the other two on the right. I think he tried to miss this one to the right and tickle up against the other two reds over there, just coming into shot now. Anyway. And for once you can keep Judd Trump out, but not leaving the red that he played.
One of the things that Yan Bingtao's father said was that over the last 6 months or so, he's noticed that his son is really grown up at the table, shows less emotion, but there, after realising he couldn't get through to the red, couldn't help but shake his head and grimace a little. Well, this time, nothing straightforward for Trump.
I think he might have hit the wrong red there. He seemed to come back at a strange angle from the red that he potted. I think he hit the left-hand red before the other red. Yeah, must have done. But everything seems to be blocking each other off, all the colours. What on earth can he do with this? It's nothing pots.
Judd Trump 1.
Following the pattern of the fourth frame, where the balls conspired against both players.
So an interesting tweet actually from Vic's Academy, Victoria's Academy, where a lot of the Chinese players are based. Said yet last night that quite a few of the players from the academy can beat Yan Bingtao in practice, which doesn't surprise me. Some terrific players, but they can't beat him in matches, clearly, because he's having all the success. But some might be more talented than him, but on the match table he's as hard as nails.
Well, you and I know, Neil, over the years we've seen so many world-beating practice players who just can't do it when it counts. It must be so hard for them to take personally, because they know they've got the ability, but they can't quite harness it.
Well, I think what I think about that is that sometimes you'll see a young player with all the talent in the world, someone that hasn't got quite as much, but the one who doesn't have all the talent works twice as hard. And that counts for a lot, because he'll overtake the more talented player at some point with that attitude.
he was lining that up, I thought he was hitting it too thick, but he does tend to have alignment that's different from anyone else, and so I wasn't going to say anything. But it was nowhere near.
Well, it was turning into one of those not very nice frames, but it's one that Yan Bingtao really needs to win somehow. That was not an easy shot that he missed.
One.
Trump's gone to sleep a little bit himself.
Trump 1.
Would have been easy for Trump there to show a little bit of frustration, gone for the yellow, missed it, and let Bingtao in again. And he'll not be pleased with the way this frame has gone, but he still holds the advantage after that last shot. That's, I think, where Judd Trump has changed a little bit in the last 18 months.
And it just goes to show the ambidextrous shot there, the left-handed shot. He's got all the cue power in the world right-handed, but just didn't get hold of the cue ball playing left-handed.
Foul. Reverse. Judd Trump 7.
Sometimes on an obvious case of putting the cue ball back, the player just sits there. Trump felt it necessary to just stand up and have a cursory look, but he knew deep down the white was always going back.
Judd.
A little bit of a slow walk back to his chair. I think he might have left, well, he left a red easy to the middle, but he might have left that other red as well.
One.
It just feels an important frame now, Phil, doesn't it, this one, just because of the way this match is starting to shape up. It's not been an explosive frame, and Trump wins most of those. But
8.
you know, if he's going to win these sort of frames as well, the one that Bingtao has been winning all week, then this final's only going to head one way.
There's been lots of break building situations today where he's had to really think about things. It's not routine, straightforward.
14.
But we saw in that absolutely wonderful clearance against Steve Maguire, that clarity of thought, the awareness of how the table lies.
15.
And there's no one better in solving these problems. And that was a bonus.
21.
Now he's playing this one right-handed. I don't think I explained myself too well a little earlier on when I was talking about
22.
his ambidextrous skills, because of course he was playing the shot he underscrewed the normal way. Being able to switch hands like that, though, Neil, what an asset.
I think he has to play right-handed, doesn't he, on those shots,
20.
because he uses the rest with the opposite hand. He can't get to those ones down the cushion. He's an unusual player.
29.
Now, I think from there, the top red of the two close together will pop.
35. $36. $42. $43.
Doesn't seem to matter where the balls are. He just has a solution to the conundrum. Although this time hasn't quite solved
49.
the problem, because there's 52 on the table. 59 on the table, I should say. 52 in it.
Well, he thinks he can cut this in it ever so thin. Wow. Oh, he has solved it now, but I must admit that looked as thin as you could possibly cut a ball.
And he cuts her cheese.
Blue ball. Judd Trump 50.
The half century should be enough to wrap up yet another frame for Judd Trump. Yan Bingtao needs one snooker. Of course, though, if you're just joining us, Trump won the first frame, having been in the situation where he required snookers. I think in his mind, Yan Bingtao, this frame's over. Not just in his mind, in reality.
Six. Seven.
He just goes from strength to strength. He can win so many different ways.
$14. 15.
Judd Trump halfway to victory and halfway to a record-equaling 5th world ranking event title this season. He leads 5-1 to the waterfront in Southport.
Thank you. Frame 7. Judd Trump to break.
Judd Trump, world champion, world number 1, the man of the moment, the man of the season. In total command here, 5-1 up on Yan Bingtao. And the worrying statistic for Yan, they've now played over the course of their careers, these two, 29 frames. Yan's won 4, Trump's won 25.
We get this at the World Championship, don't we, where someone's a long way in front. And it's the other one, the other player, you talk about the words damage and limitation in the same sentence. It's a question of how far behind he's going to be going into tonight. There's 8 frames in this session, the remaining 11 if needed tonight, so he really has to get something from the remaining 2 frames, or else it's going to be even more one-sided than we think it could be. What a good pot that was. It looked fairly safe from the shot that Bingtao played, I felt.
Seven. 8.
Of course, we've had a couple of runaway
15.
finals in big tournaments of late. Neil Robertson completed a 9-0 whitewash of Zhu Yulong in the European Masters final in Austria. Sean Murphy won 9-1 against Kyron Wilson in the Welsh Open final just a couple of weeks ago.
21. 22.
Too early to start thinking about that, but the way Trump's playing.
29.
You have to seriously wonder.
30.
I think what happens is the more he wins, the more other players might not fancy beating him. You see, that's half the battle, as well as good as he is. You get that sort of aura about a player when other players are up against them. It's happened before.
37.
Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry definitely had it during their careers, very dominant careers they had at different times in the 80s and 90s.
$45. $46.
That's a nice cannon.
53.
Cannon left hand red 2, land on the one just next to the cue ball there, to the right of it.
54.
Well, one more positional shot. This could be a very quick kill, this frame. Only been going just over 4 minutes, but he's already in a particularly strong position, Trump.
And really, this
59.
break was all about that fantastic opening red.
The
The kind of ball you pot when confidence, skill mesh together.
$67. $68.
Well, it's already snooker's required. If Bingtao ever comes back to the table, which doesn't seem likely, because this break doesn't appear to be over anytime soon. Well, that kicked. That black ball sort of left the bed of the table briefly there.
75.
So it definitely leapt up, and the cue ball stopped in its tracks, although if you're going to get one, it's not the worst time with the frame over. Yeah, it just jumped. Bingtao might play on, although depends
Trump,
how much he fancies this. No, he's not interested, Phil.
Carbon copy of frame 3, a 75 break, winning it in one scoring hit. Judd Trump. Look at this, 6-1. Night, Yan Bingtao beat Sean Murphy 6-1.
Thank you. Final
What a difference a day makes.
Yan Bingtao to break.
This afternoon, he's trailing 6-1 in desperate need of this 8th frame. Of course, the first couple of frames were shared. Since then, Trump has outscored Yan by 410 points to 39.
It's unlucky. It was a good effort. It was really close to going in. He just hit it at a certain speed, which he had to do, but that's all that stopped it dropping, I think.
Here we go again. Now, what a chance this is. What a chance. Well, Trump's asking for the cue ball to be clean.
8.
We can only assume that that was some kind of dull contact, if not a full-blown kick, because he's nowhere. Tell you what though, Neil, another week has gone by and we've seen hardly any kicks. Trump had one blatant one, but they've not been prevalent.
Nine.
No, and that's got to be good news. Nobody likes all that. Say the odd thing here or there has happened, but nothing that's been dominating the tournament or the players thinking about them or anything like that. The cue will stop short there.
$14.
Knowledgeable crowd understanding just how well he struck that.
$22. $23.
Oh, you're kidding me. Surely he's not finished in the one place where he's not on anything. I don't know if he finds that he could be on a red to the left corner, but the key was to clung to the edge of the ping here. I reckon maybe that goes. Trace of left-hand side on it. Yeah, I think he'll be all right. After all that. We get a good view behind the line of the shot. I think the players, I've said this before, they should look down the back end of the line of the shot more so, from the pocket outwards. You can usually see exactly what's happening there. You can see he could get to it.
And poor old Yan sitting in his chair might have thought, hold on a minute. Hope dashed.
Oh.
Hope renewed.
Judd Trump 27. Yan Bingtao 6.
Surprised to see him going off there. It's quite a long way off from what he intended. Now, it is half a chance, and that's probably all it is at this stage.
A good shot, anytime, anywhere. Having been kept cold, and in the position he's in, a very good shot.
$8. $9.
Yeah, superb opening red, having had hardly any table
16.
time for a few frames. Now he's got to make the most of this.
17. 24. 25.
Simply has to win the frame, but where the balls are, there's no excuse if he doesn't.
Well, that's not bad. That's okay, a little nudge. I'm not sure he played in the gap between those two reds, but he found the gap. Now it's a question of finishing off what he started.
33. Forty. 41.
Oh dear, it's not a very good shot at all. He has a couple of options, but should be on an easier red than he is. This one that he kissed into is the one he's playing. He might be heading somewhere up the table. This is the problem you see. He's sometimes playing catch up in the break, trying to retrieve the situation. He's on the brown over all right. But if he's straight, that means his options are limited as to which red he can get on, how he can get on it. So there's still a chance that he could miss something here. Yes, because he really shouldn't be playing a red from this distance. A couple of shots ago, he was right 52. In. Missable, his next shot. Very positively played. He just played it as if he was just going to roll it on the black very casually. That's nicely done.
Well, this has been stoic, illuminating. 60. Withstood the barrage, and now that red's in.
61.
It's going to be a second frame on his side of the ledger.
Yes, if you remember what happened, Trump potted that ball pink to the middle and went off into the yellow pocket, surprisingly, and then he potted a good long red. He's not happy with that shot.
68.
I suspect the frame is as good as over. It could be that should he miss here, Trump might be happy to just shake hands and come back tonight. Well, he's potted it anyway. Brilliant.
75.
And of course enough on the table to
77.
conclude the session with a century.
A nice way to finish this session. It will make him feel a lot better about a session which he has been outplayed, it has to be said. Strong argument that it could have been 5-3 in favour of Judd Trump rather than what it's going to be 6-2 because of the first frame where Trump needed a snooker to tie and got the snookers. Got a free ball.
$89.
Looks like he's finished a bad angle to get from pink to black. So how's he going to do it? He wants the century, doesn't he? Squint off the bump. Well, he tried to. Just the top jaw and back down towards the black. Well, it'd be great if we could finish the session with a break of over 100. And it all comes down to this one shot. Big smile on his face.
That's a shame. No century. But a frame he had to win. He did win. Nevertheless, Judd Trump has seized command of this Coral Players Championship final. At the end of the afternoon, he's 6-2 ahead.
He will have some hope, I'm guessing, Stephen?
Yeah, 7-1, he had no chance. 6-2, he's got a small squeak.
A smidgen.
Yeah.
A smidgen. Alan, once again, like the first mini-session, 3-1 to Judd Trump, 3-1 again to Judd Trump, and a deserved lead. He's been the better player all round.
He has. He's had marginal run of the ball now and again, you know, but he's able to capitalise on it, you know, as we'll see. I think the difference is two things. The fluency that he's got in his cue ball's far superior, you know, over the piece. Yan, when he gets in, he's making the odd break here and there, but he keeps having to chase the game, and it's putting pressure on all departments of his game.
Well, let's have a look at the statistics for the match thus far, and we spoke about the fact that Judd Trump in the early part wasn't operating at the normal levels, but at least he's improved that session, or in that session he's improved those statistics.
Yeah, but I mean, when he gets in, you can't keep Judd out forever. I mean, I know that the first 2 or 3 frames are a bit scrappy and he didn't really get into a rhythm, but he's just so good you can't continue to keep him out, and eventually the class told, and it's, I mean, you would think at 6-2 he's broke the back of this match. Yan Bingtao has to come out and do something pretty special tonight.
Alan, let's move and have a look at the best of the last 4 frames.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 3-1, 3-1. I actually did think this rolled off a touch. I thought that was a little bit unfortunate there. So small things that he points his cue, that maybe suggests that it did. So small things have been going against him. But again, Judd, when he gets in with his chances, he's a wee bit more creative. You see here that's a little touch shot, a little shot of class. It's not clumping through the cue ball or anything with pace. All the strokes it in. Neil made a good point actually at the beginning of the week. Yan tends to hit at the ball, not through it, and when you see Judd, that little touch here, he's got it all really, and he's bossing every department. I think again here a little, you know, simple little safety shot, but it's getting a tight cue ball's the difference. I think this was frame ball, so he was able to just open the shoulders in that one, and the frame was his. 4-1, 5-1, and he's got all the momentum. And Yan has not really got the pace of play to hurt Judd the way things have been going. He's got to try and step it up tonight. There's two things obviously need to happen. Judd's got to drop a couple of levels, and Yan's got to raise one.
Just looking at the closing stages of the session, Judd Trump extending his lead to 6-1 here, and then we spoke about that importance of that final frame. Yeah, very important, and obviously Judd was in first in the final frame. It could well have been 7-1, but he went in off, potting a pink to the middle. And yeah, all credit to Yan Bingtao. You know, 6-1 down, and then you know the break he made was just showed great character and great. He always looks composed at the table. He never looks panicked. Yan Bingtao never rushes anything. But he just got, if I was to say anything, just a little bit more aggressive with his, with his cueing, with some of his shot choices. This is the end off, and if this works out, it's 7-1 if he gets the cue ball back down the table. Yeah, it shows good temperament knocking this long red in, doesn't he? It's a beautiful shot. Yeah, it's a good shot to play. He gave the pocket every chance, not playing it with pace. So he's showing good temperament. But again, there's the previous meetings. Obviously, he's only won 2 today. More than he's ever done. He's doubled his previous accounts. He's making small progress, but really, Judd has done, I would say, 9/10 of the job this afternoon. What happens now for Yan Bingtao? I mean, what sort of routine will he go through between now and this evening?
Married to basically go back to the hotel and just chill out and completely try and get away from the snooker. I mean, knowing Yan, he might be on the practice table. He just seems to live on it. Judd, I think, will just go back to his hotel room, chill out and relax.
And you guys have spoken about the way he goes around the table. No matter what the position is in the frame, he still conducts himself with the exact same routine. Even when the frame's wrapped up, you saw in the last frame of the session, he was still, when the frame's well and truly won, he's still going at the same pace.
He goes through the same routine. He gives every shot 100%. You know, at the end there, you think he'd just be throwing the cue at some shots, but he gives everything a chance. He really wanted to make the century, obviously, at the end, which would have been a nice way for him to finish.
And sorry, I was going to say normal players, which Judd isn't one of them, 6-1 up, you lose the last one with a mistake, you'd think, oh, that might eat at me a little in the next couple of hours, but not Judd. You know, he's in such a good place right now. He'll be thinking, oh, that's fine, I'll win 3 of the next 4 anyway. And
you've kind of answered the question next I was going to ask about, because I was going to say, Stephen Maguire obviously turned around a 3-0 deficit to 5-3.
Yeah.
Any chance of Yan Bingtao doing something similar and getting back into it?
Well, I mean, if he come out and play, you know, the way he started against Sean Murphy last night, for example, if he plays like that and just no miss snooker, basically, he can get back into the match, but I can't see it.
Stephen made a good point last night. We were chatting about Sean Murphy's demeanour. You've got to come out and show the guy something with your pace or with just bodily, just showing him something different than that kind of sedate pace that Yan's got. Stephen Maguire can do that. Whether Yan's got it, I don't know.
I still remember when Stephen said Judd Trump's got to come out against Michael Holt in his first match of the tournament. He's got to show them who the boss is, and he's doing that.
Yep.
Let's just remind you that, of course, we are back on air at 6:45 for the conclusion of the Coral Players Championship.
Storm Horgay might have passed. But the big question here...
Thank you, frame 9. Judd Trump to break.
Can Yan Bingtao weather the Trump storm? More appropriately for Southport, can he turn the tide?
Yeah, winning that last frame this afternoon with that 95 break has just about kept him in the match, Yan Bingtao. The main problem is that it just seems that Judd is one step ahead in pretty much every department of the game, let's be honest.
Good cue ball, but one rogue red has followed it down the table.
Bow. No miss. Yan Bingtao 4.
Difficult to see any other decision there by Yan than putting Judd back in, but the risk is that he'll feel that Judd will get it right second time of asking.
Leo, can we have it?
Yeah, cue ball just to the left a bit as we see it. There was no problem Judd getting through to the red.
The reason the referee keeps looking towards Leo is because marker and referee are collaborating. Leo Scullion is the marker.
Foul. No miss. Yan Bingtao 4.
Yeah, it won't be the third time of asking the same shot. He'll have to change because obviously he can see red's full ball. Just be playing the cue ball into the right corner down this end.
Leo.
It's a matter of fractions, so getting this right is important. And now the warning that the referees must issue. Missed the reds 3 times. Frame basically forfeited.
Well, he's looking at playing the same shot again, but I think under the circumstances, okay, he's playing it, he'll be playing it on the thick side. But got the contact, so good shot, but yeah, the first frame tonight, you don't want to give the youngster any more encouragement than you'd hope to. First chance, Yan then.
Can't see him getting back into this in bits and pieces. You would think he would have to score heavily.
Eight.
He'll be trying as much as he can to get this red away from the black, the cannon. He's trying to push it
9.
away. That's okay.
Maybe one incident recently that
16.
Yan Bingtao can draw some encouragement from. Look at Neil Robertson against Graham Dott in the World Grand Prix final. Now Neil Robertson
17.
is a great player, and I use the word great advisedly. But on the verge of victory, he wobbled a little before eventually getting over the line. And of course, for Trump tonight, history could be in the making.
24.
There are no guarantees in snooker.
25. Thirty-two. 33. 40.
5 reds, 5 blacks.
41.
We were just talking about Neil Robertson. He'll be perhaps watching this with interest because the high break prize in this tournament is £10,000. Currently stands at 140 by Robertson.
48.
Could Yan possibly be about to pick his pocket?
$49.
Yeah, so an unwanted sortie to the baulk end. Have to play this positional shot nicely. That's okay.
52. $53. $60. 61.
That should be the frame one.
$69.
Now Yan will have two targets. First off, get to a century, and then maybe make his highest ever break in professional competition.
$76. $77.
Knocked around to the side cushion. His current personal best, 138, compiled during the 2018 China Open. Forget all that, and now we can forget about frame 9. It is in the books, and it's in there decisively. Yan Bingtao, 77, back to trailing only 6-3. Bingtao here in Southport. Hope springs eternal.
Thank you. Frame 10. Yan Bingtao to break.
That certainly wasn't the case when he trailed 6-1. But the last frame of the afternoon and the first frame of the evening have gone the way of the 20-year-old from China, thanks to breaks of 95 and 77. And you just never know.
think in snooker since the millennium, we've had a dearth of young players, young being late teens, early 20s players. I think in part because when they come into snooker in recent years, they're used to playing on outside tables and not being centre stage all that often. I think with Yan Bingtao's exposure to the main arenas is going to help him going forward. He's now getting that exposure, getting used to the big crowd, packed crowd again tonight. It can only help. There's the arena. Every credit to the people of Southport and the surrounding area. They've been superb the whole tournament. But what you want as a snooker player, and a young player, is to feel normal, feel comfortable in this environment, and it's not easy. I think back in the day, the top players became top players earlier, didn't they, Phil? With, you know, the obvious names, winning UKs and world titles and all the rest of it at late teens, early 20s.
Indeed, that was the norm. Obviously, Ronnie O'Sullivan won the UK Championship a week short of his 18th birthday. But Stephen Hendry, John Higgins, they won ranking events as teenagers. And the man sitting on my left, Alan McManus, he was established as a star within 2 seasons of joining the paid ranks. An injection of youth most definitely is a really good thing for the sport.
Well, if he's playing thin up and down, there's no margin for error. Damage has he done? It was one of those shots. I did think when he was playing it, if he plays it plain ball, he can avoid the double kiss, but he checked it, didn't he?
A raised elbow because of other reds. Slightly hampered queuing in that regard, and when you catch the near jaw of these middle pockets, more often than not, you're toast.
1. Six.
I think Trump would have made a better job of the blue than Yan just did there.
Yeah, your point's correct, Phil, on the power difference between the two players. That's normally the case when Judd plays anyone, but we demonstrated that. We showed a couple of shots in this afternoon session. We might get a chance to throw that in again and show you an example of the difference in power. It's not all about power this game, but it does come in handy.
Well, there are so many good things about Trump. He's got power, and as he showed in that memorable clearance against Stephen Maguire, he's got finesse as well. He's got everything.
$13.
Of course, the pink is on, but at this stage of a frame, at this level, getting the extra 6 points, not of importance. Getting the cue ball in behind the green might have been.
13.
Where he's just pushed the blue, Judd just eyeballed it. As if he was thinking maybe play in behind it. Not this time, but some point in the future. Yeah. How well was that judged? Tap on the table from Yan. Here's the first moot point of this little situation, is that you can see a red full ball. Yeah, you can definitely see it full ball, can't you? The outside red of that little cluster there. There, Desislava just having a look at it. That's why it was quite important.
And a miss. Judd Trump 4.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Good stuff that by Desislava.
Oh.
This time the warning will be administered.
Yes, not a 4-minute warning, a 3-miss warning.
If you miss once again, you would lose the frame.
He doesn't speak great English, Yan, but he understands that. Someone shouted, "Come on, Judd." Not much to play with there.
Here's an unusual one. Speculative 3-ball plant cannon. But obviously the cue ball's his main objective. I do think, let's see if he looks at the blue again. Because, yeah, there's a little glance at it there. It's half ball, round the back of the yellow. There's an outside chance of getting in behind blue here. That's a new one, isn't it? 3-ball, plant, cannon, and in.
And a round of applause for the commentator who called it. I would have been here a month of Sundays seeing that one.
If ever there was a sign of the times of the modern game, it's that shot there.
3.
Happy to dab the yellow in and leave a long red at distance, and he's not had a lot of shots tonight of this nature. Oh, what a shot!
4.
Talk about making something happen. Wow.
And that's one of the great sounds in snooker, the thwack of the ball off the back of the pocket.
Seven. Judd from 7.
Surprising after all of the excellence to get started. A relatively straightforward one. Goes astray.
Wiped its feet, but look at the cannon on the pink. I did say at the end of today's session, I did think Judd had marginally the run of the ball, anything that was going. Little things like that can go a long way. The cannon on the pink, nothing to do. Not a great chance, yes, but
7.
good signs, good early signs.
Eight. $14.
It's whether Yan feels like it's worth the gamble of playing the cannon on the two reds with the separating
15.
the brown this time. Well, if that was his plan, he's not played it very well. I think he's a bit too straight in the black, so he can't do that. But looking at them, there's definite value in playing it. He can't do it this time. Well, perhaps he can just squeeze an angle out of it. No.
$22. $23.
Certainly do it this time. That was a gorgeous little piece of control to find this angle. No problem, I don't think, here, shifting the red over that corner. Oh, it's unfortunate. That's unlucky.
$29.
Wanted the red first, and then the cannon just got cushioned in red.
Yan Bingtao 29.
Where the reds are located, this is a useful lead. The intentional double kiss return to balk.
Foul. No miss. Judd trump 4.
Desislava looking to see whether this is a possible free ball, for what it's worth.
You want it back? Yeah, can I have it?
He's having it back anyway. Save the problem. Not having it back, playing it from there.
No, we don't want it.
Great shooting.
Eight. Yan Bingtao 8.
The fifth frame of the match, so half of them have run for over 20 minutes, which is unusual when Mr. Trump's involved.
Four. Yan Bingtao 4.
Last couple of Trump safeties, Alan, haven't been the best.
Yeah, been given the run around the last few shots as Judd.
.43 in front, Yan Bingtao just taking a peek at the scoreboard.
8.
A very simple frame ball coming up.
$15. Yan Bingtao 15 and the frame.
It's been composed and it's been resolute from 6-1 down. Yan Bingtao is now back to 6-4 and most certainly match on.
7. Judd Trump to break.
What looked at one point like being a runaway certainly isn't looking that way now. Yan Bingtao breathing down Judd Trump's neck, and I think the way the scoreboard is, we could say this is perhaps the most important frame of the final so far. Will Trump have a little bit more leeway at the end of it? Or will the gap close further? Just wanted to float past that red, and so disappointed when he didn't.
Blue ball.
The head slumped.
Judd Trump 1.
Some weapon to have that deep screw shot with Judd there, close to the pot. Now then, Yan, half chance at best. Oh, what a shot!
You get the feeling he's starting to fancy this. I think the intimidation factor is definitely being diluted. Bear in mind, he's already won more frames in this match than in their previous 4 meetings combined.
Yellow ball.
Head slumps, not on the pink, but the blue might come to the rescue.
4.
The yellow, the barricade that Trump wanted.
I think that strategy-wise, that's a good shot
Yan
Jan's
Bingtao
played.
9.
It's telling Judd, listen, my pal, I'm not frightened to open up these reds. Yes, you've got a fantastic long game. Show me it. Oh, wow. It's an animal of a shot. Yeah, as I say, credit to Yan for playing the aggressive route and opening up the reds, but that's the tightrope that you walk against a player of Judd's quality.
Trump thinking of playing this right-handed. Now he's using the rest, he will be. Well, further evidence of just how beautiful this table's running.
Do you
Now,
have replay here?
Trump's just asking here whether a foul shot was committed. Not quite sure whether the yellow moved. For me, most certainly not.
One more.
Leo, did they say something?
What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, I didn't see anything there at all.
Yeah, I didn't see him move either, so it's all right.
classy from the world champion. He must have felt something, possibly the cue just rubbing against the rest. So he queered his own shot. That was fantastic to see.
As he queried a free ball much earlier in the tournament when he was playing Michael Holt, which I thought was a free ball, but he made absolutely sure everything was done correctly.
Five.
Let's just have one more look at it here, see if we can see anything. No, that was all fine.
Eight. Nine.
As we saw off the green again, this table has been a delight this week, so congratulations once more to the table fitter, Tomek Kozlowski. Did a terrific job in Cheltenham, ditto here in Southport.
16. Seventeen.
The yellow move there.
19.
Yeah, that was the shot he was after. Clear the black spot. And now, pretty good chance this.
Black ball.
It's been a recurring theme this week when he's been put under pressure.
27.
Time and again he's produced not just a winning frame, but a winning frame in style.
28.
Yes, and he has that different cadence than Yan,
34.
his opponent, when he's in scoring. It all sort of blends into one tapestry,
35.
if you like. It just all looks like a break is happening in harmony. One shot rolling into the next.
$42. $43.
There's no deliberation, is there, when he's in amongst the pink and black spot? It's almost like this next one. He'll almost be waiting in the referee spot in the black so that he can get on with it. See?
50.
And he's already just about
51.
home and hosed in this frame.
$57.
And this extra layer of fortitude makes him Formidable.
$65. $66. $73. $81. $83.
Now targeting the 697th century break of his career. He's going to be the youngest of the five to reach 700. It's just a matter of when. We know it's going to be imminent.
$90. $95.
Yan threw down the gauntlet. Now he's on the receiving end. It's Trump who's been given a hand. What a break at what a juncture. Breathing space. Returns. 7-4. Historically in snooker, flair, skill and steel don't often combine.
Frame 12, Yan Bingtao to break.
But in Judd Trump, they most certainly do. What a response that was to Yan's revival.
The standard of break-off's been generally good today. Not this time though.
You just have that sixth sense.
Yeah, he certainly pots a high percentage of those type of shots, doesn't he? There's also, when you pot a red off your opponent's break off, there's a creativity about it. You think, what a nice way to win a frame. Oh, look at this cue ball. Dear me. Ooh, that's unfortunate. You know, there's no finer feeling for a professional snooker player as we see that deep screw again, and guy breaks off. You knock a long red in and make him sit it out for 8 or 10 minutes. Not this time.
We saw that at the shootout last week. Nucharut Wongkaratai came all the way from Thailand, broke off, and Torchuan Leong from Malaysia cleared up with 1-3-3.
spot Judd will be hoping is occupied. It's not, it appears, so it's going to be tied up.
8. Nine.
It's hardly surprising he's got
14.
tons of confidence. Tonight
15.
looking for his 8th world ranking title in the last 16 months.
Are we about to see a trademark Trump shot off the blue, top side of the blue? He's not played that very well, in all honesty.
20.
Shouldn't have been as straight in this red to right corner. He can just about squeeze it, but it's not all that easy to finish with the optimum angle on the blue. But he's managed it. That is absolutely perfect. And now he can utilise the power. When he plays this shot, as I assume he's gonna, straight into the face of the pink, look at the time that it takes for the cue ball from contact in the blue to reach the pink. It's a nanosecond. See that? Boy, that's unlucky. That's unfortunate.
26.
I'm always eulogising about Judd's technique. I love it when he plays that shot. It's like it's almost like he braces his physique for the impact of the shot. Thin cut back then. Singing songs and righting wrongs. What a shot.
Glad he potted that, because the split deserved the continuation of the break.
Thirty-two. 33.
Looking to win his 9th consecutive world ranking event final. Hasn't lost in one since the Shanghai Masters of 2017, when he was beaten by Ronnie O'Sullivan.
38. 39.
Look at the work he's got on that. He's just off straight.
44. 45.
Not satisfied there. Incorrect side of the blue.
50.
How silky was that too? Through impact. Absolutely played under almost no duress whatsoever. Hard's even fighting this break to keep this going.
The balls are being friendly, but he's defying them.
Deft. Very deft.
Again, I'll say it. What
61.
A response to potential adversity from Trump. Brilliant.
The paradox about the snooker technique is that the only thing permanent about it is that it changes all the time. What I love about Judd's, apart from that it's good, is that it doesn't change an awful lot. Fabulous stuff.
Judd Trump 68. End of frame.
Wasn't it just? Yan walked into the interval having conceded. Trump is back in control of the Coral Players Championship Final. The scoreline now, 8-4.
That was superb. What about you?
The first frame, he got the chance he would have been desperate for. When he was on the practice table before the match, just thought, just give me a nice chance in the first frame, in amongst the black, and he took advantage. One point was on a maximum, but it's how long can you keep Judd Trump out for? That's the question. He won the first two frames, but then Judd finds a gear and wins in the last two.
Overall, how good was the quality of play in those 4 frames?
Well, the 2 frames that Judd won were better, to be honest, but Bingtao did well at the start, as Stephen says. You know, he came out firing. The break he made in the first frame was a controlled break. Didn't go on a mega century, but I don't think he just keeps making telling breaks of 70, 75. Got the frame on the board. The next one was a bit scrappy, and then Judd just hits a burst of irresistible form, you know, which he's done all the way through the last 18 months or so, where no one seems to be able to stop him.
Bingtao's a bit like a boxer who punches you and wins on points, as opposed to when he gets the opportunity to knock you out, he won't do that. He'll just carry on punching away. But he got the opportunity to land a lot of punches early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I said quite bluntly, no, he had no chance tonight. but if he comes out and wins those 3 of the first 4 frames, like, I mean, we've seen when Judd played Stephen Maguire. Stephen Maguire won 5 frames in a row and had Judd on the ropes. So it was possible, and he got the ideal start winning the first 2 frames. But yeah, you just can't keep Judd out forever.
Yeah, that safety shot of Trump's was the 3rd attempt, and he had hit it thick. That's why he messed it up a little bit. And this frame, we think he went for this because he looked at it for a long time. It was like I don't even know what you call that shot, really. It would plant off about 5 balls, and there might have been a little in-off as well. But this was a typical Bingtao frame, you know. He chipped away, good pots here or there. He cuts a red to the left middle also. And next thing you know, he's won 2 frames. First part of the mission has been accomplished, really, hasn't it? By getting a couple of frames on the board tonight.
Yeah, but you look at the kind of frames that Jan's winning mostly. Look at the reds; they're all kind of scrappy, and he's excelling in those frames. But say you can't have those frames all the time. He plays a more aggressive shot here. actually. A safety shot to try and get the cue ball on the baulk cushion, open the reds to put Judd under a bit of pressure. But, I mean, you just, what do you do? I mean, when this happens?
Great shot, isn't it, this? I mean, the cue ball's about a ball's width away from the baulk cushion. You'd be pleased to leave almost anyone else on the tour there, wouldn't you? Because the red's on, but the cue ball he hasn't got his hand on the table. You like this shot because he didn't play the flashy one, did he?
Well, he normally plays the 5 cushion, the exhibition shots, but he wants to try and make or break the record of this 103 centuries in a season set by Neil Robertson. So he wants to make as many as possible. This is just, you can't play that shot any better. The idea there is to hit the pink, full in the face, and keep that cue ball, see it's in amongst the reds. Yeah. Plays it to perfection.
Yeah, and even when he doesn't quite get on one like here, he's got such a good way of getting back in. He's such a great putter as well as everything else. You know, that he didn't get lucky when he broke those reds, did he? But he still finds a way of keeping the break alive.
And and he just keeps potting balls in it. They're all going in the middle of the pocket. There's another couple in that break, right in the middle of the pocket.
Yeah, and it's what you guys have been saying all along about this finals, that whatever anyone throws at Judd Trump, he will find the answer. Even when he's out of position, he will produce something that keeps him, keeps the break going, keeps him in charge of the frame.
Yeah, I mean, he had a burst this afternoon which took him, into a really good lead from, what was it, 1-1, then he went away. And now, Bingtao's coming back at him, but you see, finishing 2-2 in that session isn't enough for Bingtao, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just shows you these long double session matches, the importance of getting a lead in the first session. Yan Bingtao's chasing all the time.
Yeah, well, therefore, that means I'm not even going to bother to ask you what the situation is. 8-4, it's backs against the wall for Yan Bingtao. Stephen's clear in his thoughts about what chance Yan Bingtao's got, but you
has got to win 6-1 to prevent Judd Trump winning his 5th ranking title of the season. Trump withstood that mini comeback when they resumed, winning the 2 frames before the interval, winning them handsomely to lead 8-4. He needs 2 more.
And as long as Judd needs 2 frames for victory, Yan will be a little bit more of a comfort zone, but if Judd gets to 9, then yeah, it's a point of no return.
We go back to the Northern Ireland Open in November 2018, 16 months ago. Judd Trump hadn't won a ranking event for just over a year, and there's various people questioning whether he was quite as good as many of us had believed. Well, since then he's won 7, plus the Masters. He's world champion, he's world #1. And in first prizes alone in that period, just first prizes, he's earned 1.3 million.
Just to go back in history a little bit, when he in that World Championship that he won, the first round was 9 each with Tip Chaya on Nu. When Nu got in first, it was on 27 or something. Opened the reds, didn't get in a colour, and Judd won the frame. If he gets in a colour, he wins the frame, and Judd doesn't win the World Championship. It's amazing the things that happen in your career. Sometimes you're just destined to win certain events. The ingredient that Judd's got that you need as a top individual sportsman, he's just greedy for more. He wants to dominate this game.
Yes, I think he understands he's in a very good position to do that. Some of the legendary names are getting older. They're going into their mid to their late 40s. There isn't the rush of young talent there once was. So at the age of 30, he's very well placed to really start racking up the trophies the next few years. First things first, get this final one. He needs 2 more frames to do that.
Very well. Okay, he's left a red on to left corner, but Jan's really going to have to cue this well to get the cue ball around the back of the black and reds. fact, he didn't even take it on. For someone so young, he's got quite a percentage shot choice. He's staying very disciplined, keeping to his usual game plan.
Seems he's not got the cover with the blue. Been no let up from Trump this season as world champion. He knew all eyes were on him, but he seemed to relish the additional expectation. Won his first tournament as world champion, the International Championship in China. And if he wins tonight, of course, he equals the record for most ranking titles in a season with 5. Of course, there's still some more to come.
Even with all Judd Trump's cue power, he couldn't get that cue ball right side of the blue. Well, that was a beautifully played shot. Right hand side, run inside. Exactly as planned, taking the cue ball through that gap in the reds. He knew he was bound to be on something.
11.
This time that shot was played with check side to kill the pace of the cue ball.
17.
You get to see everything with Judd Trump at the table.
He's
not happy with that shot. He's fallen way short. Good 4 inches short with the cue ball there. That line of 4 reds to the right of the black, he was playing for a choice of the 2 to the right as we look. The danger was always going to be that red going towards the left corner pocket, but he's okay. That will irritate him a lot, because that was just careless. He'd done all the hard work, got everything into perfect position, and then just took this pot for granted. This is the kind of chance that Yan Bingtao's got to jump all over.
One. 8. Nine.
Absolute silence in this waterfront venue. That crowd absorbed. I'm sure many are hoping for some sort of comeback. The Judd Trump supporters
14.
obviously are not. Yan Bingtao certainly
15.
impressed this week. Goes about his business very quietly but very efficiently.
Yeah, no matter what the result is tonight, there's no way
22.
better learning and getting experience than playing a major final against the best player in the
23.
world. If you can't learn from nights like tonight, then there's something wrong.
$30. $31. $36.
It's definitely a little weakness of Yan Bingtao's when he plays those cannons. When you've got a small bunch of reds and colour, just doesn't seem to be able to pick out the right contact. Easy chance gone begging.
Bingtao,
See the
36.
frustration.
Yeah, got nowhere near this. But it was the previous shot that left him in that position. An 8-4 down, he knew he had to take that. Trump left him bang in. But he's back in his seat.
$8.
If this now goes 9-4, the form Trump's in, the confidence he has, you just can't see the comeback. It's not to say it won't happen, because all sorts of things have happened over the years, but it would take a collapse from Trump, and it would take Yan Bingtao basically not to miss.
$9. $15.
He's going to need the red. It's on the black cushion.
$16.
So he wants to be quite straight on this red. The one that's closest to him now. That's fine, because he wants to be able to play for black here, because that makes position automatic
22.
onto the last red. It means you can get to as close to that red as possible.
$23. $30.
And you can see, didn't want to do too much of the cue ball to make sure the pot Again, this one, it's not a gimme. If you watch the cue ball, then you take your eye off the pot. This is easily missed. Yeah, well done. That cue ball going to creep past the brown though. Wow. Well, he could have played the stun past the middle pocket and taken this out of the equation completely. He thought it was a natural angle.
Just needed the yellow as well. 25 in front, 27 on. Got no colours on cushions or any security like that. So this frame's still in the balance.
That's wrong. 38.
A glimmer for Yan Bingtao.
He's got the snooker, Judd. Pretty sure that's not the way he played it. I think he was playing yellow into the side cushion, so a bit fortunate here.
Well, Yan Bingtao had a great chance in the balls, regardless of what's happened on the yellow. He was nicely in, it went wrong, he lost position. Trump needs the yellow, should be 9-4. I thought he was very impressive, having lost the first two of the night and put under pressure with his lead cut to 6-4. He just eased away in the next two with two big breaks.
9.
And now he's one frame from winning yet another trophy.
14.
Just felt like a must-win frame for Yan Bingtao, and he did have a chance. It went wrong, and Judd Trump has finally clinched it. He's one frame away from lifting the Players' Championship trophy and collecting a cheque for £125,000. He leads Yan Bingtao in Southport by 9 frames to 4. Judd Trump against Yan Bingtao in the final here of the Players' Championship. Trump looking to win his 5th ranking title of the season. It would equal a record. These are the players who've done it: Stephen Hendry, Ding Junhui, Mark Selby, Ronnie O'Sullivan. What's interesting to say, though, is how many tournaments they played in. Stephen only played in 8 and won 5. Ding played in 11, Mark Selby 15, Ronnie O'Sullivan 12. This is Trump's 12th tournament of the season. So there are more tournaments, but they're still tough to win. Of course, he nearly went out to Stephen Maguire, made that great clearance, and now he's just looking for one more frame. And I think he is conscious of records. Some players say they're not. I think he's been looking at some of these records and he's looking at setting a few of his own, because, of course, there are still 3 more ranking titles to play for after this one this season. Gibraltar, the Tour Championship and the World Championship. Just waiting for Yan Bingtao, and it's going to take some turnaround. As I say, Trump's so confident. He's not like he's looking for his first title. He's looking for his 8th ranking title in 16 months. So he'll be very confident of closing it out once he gets a chance in this next frame. We'll see if Yan Bingtao has anything left to give us in what's been a memorable tournament for him.
Yeah, you'd be a brave man to bet against Judd if he did win tonight, as it looks as if he will do, winning a 6th title from those 3 that remain. Of course, it's the old Crucible curse that we all talk about. No first-time winner has ever successfully defended the World Championship.
Yeah, it's about 7 weeks until Trump, of course, will be playing on the first day. He's the only person who knows when he will be playing at the Crucible. He's on that first day, which is always a perilous affair for defending champions. But right now, he's just thinking about one more frame this evening to earn himself yet another title. It would be his 16th ranking title. And the prize money is getting ridiculous now. It would take him to just shy of 800,000 for this season.
Maybe Jan's decided not to come back. Just doesn't fancy 9-4 down.
Well, let's hope he does. Let's hope he does come back. I like the way he came out actually at the start of the night. He was sort of cupping his ear to the crowd, getting involved. He's aware that it's getting tougher and tougher, but just making us wait right now. What he has done, of course, is he got himself into the Tour Championship, which is our next Coral Series event in Llandudno. So Trump will be there, of course, but Yan Bingtao also there as one of the top 8 in the one-year rankings. It's live on ITV4 from March the 17th. Here comes Yan Bingtao. Getting a good hand from this crowd. They've warmed 2 minutes a week's gone on. Can you make this closer?
Thank you. Frame 14. Yan Bingtao to break.
Be interesting to see, actually, if Yan maybe just pushes the boat out a little bit, maybe takes a more aggressive shot choice. Let's see if he gets a chance, of course. Well, he was away at the interval for a long time, Yan Bingtao. He came back, broke off, and that might be his last shot. Because Judd is wonderful at closing matches out. Doesn't shy away from the winning line at all, as you wouldn't expect. This is a great chance.
6.
Just got to sort out this little puzzle. Get the black back on its spot.
Seven. $14. 15. Frank, could you check what's going on behind?
Just a bit of noise backstage. Maybe they're getting ready to bring the presentation party out, but it's not over yet. Trump looking for opportunity to concentrate here on this break. Sure, he'd love to win it with it. Well, they're still putting him off, I think. So he'd love to win it with a century.
$22.
I remember watching him win the English under-15 title when he was 10, and his dad Steve said then that he'd support Judd whatever he did, but he really hoped he would stick with snooker. And boy, has he stuck with it. And despite, yes, a few troughs as well as peaks along the way, he's right now the best in the world. Simple as that. He's proved it over the last year and a half. He's got the confidence to come out and back himself as the favourite in these tournaments. And a bit like yourself, Stephen, he's not satisfied, is he, with 2-3 tournaments this season? He wants to win everything.
29.
No, greed is a very important attribute in a champion.
It's not quite going on its spot, but it's going as close to it as it can. Oh, Desi's microphone thing has come loose, but still focusing on his pink for now. A little mic, a little pack to store the microphone. Just fell out of her pocket, I think.
$35.
Doesn't look like he's on that red now.
$36.
Yeah, this is not nice. This shot in the black, because not only is the pot very tricky, but trying to attain some sort of position on the next red. And the black's not in anyway.
Judd Trump 36.
Little bang of the cue there for Judd Trump. It's very rare you see any form of emotion from him, but he knew that was a chance to kill this match off right there and then.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the grandstand finish, wasn't he? The one visit finish wasn't to be.
One.
So, goes without
8.
saying, needs an angle on the next colour to open the reds up. And that
9.
doesn't look to me like it's a good one. Judd already looked at the red that's to the right, the pink. Decided he couldn't pot it from where he landed. Went on pretty well there, actually, because it wasn't a great angle in the black, but I don't think he has a pot on.
16.
Speculative plant, possibly to left middle. It's about as good as he could have achieved.
Yan Bingtao 16.
Another terrific pot, but it's going to be the little tuck up behind the yellow.
Trump
He's
1.
taking control of the frame.
Yeah, I'm sure if there was a lampshade over this table, he'd pot one from it. The red directly to the right, the pink. If he just can drop on that, he should. Oh, this is a more aggressive route. That's a very good hit, but it could be the last shot he plays in this final.
Yeah, so another chance for Trump to wrap this up.
Eight. Nine.
The angle on the pink just to give these three reds just a little nudge. If this works out, it's all over. Is he on one? Look at his body language. I think the middle red.
15.
The one that's he's closest to this potable.
16.
Black and one more red, and Yan Bingtao needs snookers.
A lot of time people ask me what's the best feeling in snooker. This is it
23.
right here. You're potting balls. Your opponent can't win anymore. You're potting balls to win a title. This is when you can really enjoy it.
The end of the road then. He's dominated this final. I think a lot of us, though, will remember that semi-final, in particular the clearance he made against Stephen Maguire. We found out a lot about Judd Trump
30.
then, about his steel, his determination. He's not settling for just winning 4 titles when he can win a 5th, and who's to say there won't be more
31.
before the season's out.
And Yan Bingtao, as I said earlier, will learn a lot from this experience. He should be watching the man at the
38.
table. That's where he wants to get to.
Right now, this is how everyone in the game wants to play.
39.
What a run he's been on. 8th ranking title in 16 months. And now the victory lap. What you don't see, of course, is all the hard work he puts in. Even after he won in Germany, the next day he was in the club before heading to Cheltenham for the World Grand Prix.
51.
And it's all borne fruit once again with another successful week here in Southport. chance still. It stays out. Judd Trump's golden spell continues. It's a record-equaling 5th ranking title in a single campaign. He defeats Yan Bingtao by 10 frames to 4 to win the Coral Players' Championship. He led 6-2 at the halfway stage. Yan Bingtao won the first 2 tonight, put him under a bit of pressure, but Trump responded as he has done all season. And he is about to collect the trophy and a cheque for £125,000. Another successful week for the world number 1. Yan Bingtao's also impressed. Just 20, he's got plenty of time to improve and get more consistency in his game. But Judd Trump at the moment, he's just so confident. And he's got his eyes on that trophy, which will be presented to him in just a matter of moments' time. Another terrific display from the world number 1.
Would you please welcome your presentation party, event director for World Snooker Tour, Agata Chedvinska, and the head of sponsorship for title sponsors Coral, Mr. Adrian Osman. We begin with your runner-up, collecting the runners-up medal and prize money of £50,000, Yan Bingtao.
Congratulations. I'm going to ask Victoria Shi to come along and just translate for me, just so that we get it nice and clear from Yan. Victoria, if you'd like to just step in, come a bit closer, just so I can ask Yan Bingtao, who's had a fabulous week, just how proud is he of what he's done here in Southport?
他说：“你这个星期在这儿是不是感觉很骄傲？虽然打进决赛，获得了亚军，没有赢冠军。”
对，然后这周其实自己挺没有想到的，然后能够一直进入到决赛，然后，也是今天决赛也是对到了现在世界排名第1，然后也是世界冠军的特鲁姆普，然后，自己还是能够参加这样的一场大的决赛，我觉得对自己来说是很荣幸的。
He said before he came to Southport, he never expected to play in the final, you know, play against so many great players, especially in the final, play against world number 1 Judd. So he has no regret. He tried his best. And especially, you know, he won Riga Master first this year, but it's in Riga. So in UK, such an important ranking final, he's so proud.
Well, fantastic. Very proud indeed. Congratulations on a fantastic week. Judd, if you don't mind just coming up here. Congratulations on a fantastic week. Now, all week we've been asking you how satisfied about each performance. Now you can tell us how satisfied you are to win the trophy here.
Yeah, it's amazing to win another event and pick up my 5th ranking title and equal some of the greats. So it's been a fantastic week here. Didn't really know what to expect when you come to a new venue, but the crowds have been fantastic. The support, it's been amazing. It's nice to have a good turnout from the very start, and yeah, the crowd here has been amazing, so just want to thank them.
Just tell us a little bit about this evening. When you came out, Yan Bingtao started brilliantly, probably put you under a little bit of pressure. How proud were you of the way that you responded to that moment?
Yeah, he put me under a lot of pressure, and his all-round game is so good for his age, so I think in the future he's going to win a lot more events, and he's already doing better than I was at his age, so he's certainly one to look out for. He's already had an amazing season and looking like the top 16 at 20 years old, which hasn't been done for a long while.
The last thing you said, you're now alongside some illustrious names, winning 5 ranking titles in a season. How proud are you of joining those guys?
Yeah, very proud. It's been an amazing sort of last 2 years for me, winning a lot of trophies, and just to keep winning it is very exciting. I enjoy playing in front of all these crowds, are going out and just trying my best and see what happens, and it's always nice when you pick up the trophy at the end of the week.
Congratulations, the champion, Judd Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, collecting the winner's medal
prize money of £125,000, the trophy and the title Coral Players Champion 2020, the ace in the pack, Judd Trump!
Another sensational performance from Judd Trump. He joins, as we said earlier, some illustrious names: Stephen Hendry, Mark Selby, Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui, winning 5 rankings.